Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UpTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UpTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you are new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
We talked a little bit about object oriented technology here. The person is a primary object. The position and the phone number and address are related objects to the person. And the work location and job definition are related objects to the position. And all these position relationships are stitched together by Workday. And I was talking about this chart where you and I, are users here which access through the web browser, for example. For example, this is the tenant access or interface for Workday. When you log it into Workday, this is your home screen. This access is called the user access. You can use it from your browser. Any of the browsers is a wide support of browser types. It basically uses XML as a baseline and uses the Flex and Flash technology to maintain the interface. All the users connect via the internet to the UI server. UI server is the entry point for all end users. It does the authentication. It does the access management. It has all the permissions for what the user can do within the Workday environment for that particular customer. All the data services comes through or the system's access comes through the data services again via the internet in XML or files format which lands into the integration server within the Workday environment, which is the entry point for all the data requests. And it has a very wide variety of transformation capabilities into what kind of data you want to send and receive from Workday. The OMS is a processing engine, and the persistent store captures all the changes that are happening within your OMS. All the user changes, all the transactions, everything is backed up into the persistent store. And it contains, in addition to the backups, it also contains your audit files and certain documents, such as resumes. In the earlier releases, even these files were kept in OMS, and persistent store was just used for backup. Any questions for? No. For main components, the UI server, the OMS engine, the integration server, and the persistent store. For all the integrations, Workday uses SOAP. SOAP based on XML XSLT for transformation and data sync. This is how the SOAP envelope is set up. SOAP has the envelope, the header, and the body under E for each message. M and XLT. XML is the extensive market language which is used by default in Workday for all the transaction data when doing integrations. XSLT is used to transform the XML file into any object that you would like it to be changed, such as PDF PostScripts, PG, or if you need to do any calculations, validations, if you want to build any logic on top of the XML data that you have received and need to do some processing on it, then XSLT is used for that. Integration is a software interface that bridges between the master enterprise data and all the source systems. In this case, I would consider the master enterprise data as Workday. Say this is Workday, then this is the OMS. This is your integration server, and your integration server can talk to all your external applications. Some examples could be your Active Directory, your single sign-on, such as Okta or Cyberk, or even Azure. For your single sign-on, then you can have your financial applications, such as ADP or any other applications. You can have your benefits. You can have your payroll time off. You can have integration, such as your check-in, check-out for employees when they come into the office, or if you want to maintain the security log and on. Any of the data that you would like either to be inbound to Workday or outbound of Workday can be done via the data integration with Workday. Every integration would have a source. It needs, if any, a transformation, then it needs to go to a targeted system. The source could interchangeably be either Workday or your external systems. Data could be coming into Workday or data could be going out of Workday. Depending on the direction, we always consider the direction with Workday as a starting point. Data going out of Workday or data coming into Workday. Anything that's coming into Workday is called an inbound integration. Anything that's going out of Workday is called an outbound integration. We've already looked at it. Inbound data is fed into Workday. Incoming data is transformed into Workday Web Services compliant format. Outbound is data is provided by Workday and data is outgoing to be transformed into any other format that they need. Some examples here. Your inbound could be from an external system. It could be coming in from an FTP or SFTP, or it could be coming from a REST format. Coming in via the integration, transforming into web services, and then the web services for each major object area or functional area will put the data into the relevant objects. Again, outbound, the data is sourced from Workday from those objects using the web services interface. The outbound integration and external systems could be one or many of these. Workday Integration Architecture. Workday Enterprise does. Integration platform and service allows all integrations to deploy to and run into Workday Cloud without on-premise middleware. You don't need to get any additional hardware or software in addition to Workday to run your integrations. There are three types. First is the Cloud Connect. Second is the custom integration tools to create integration systems such as EIB, Workday Studio Docs. And then, if you have a middleware that you would like to use, you can use that as well. The integration cloud looks something like this. On the Workday Cloud, on the top you see the layer for Workday application, which is managed by public web services APIs and custom APIs. And the integration cloud platforms and connectors and core connector packages, management and monitoring. You can have cloud applications, on-premise applications. You can have benefit provider, peer provider LDA, PAD for your user sync or your authentication or user updates and on. But it's not limited to this. When you talk about integrations, if we consider this site as Workday, from Workday, one can use public web services, custom reports, core connectors. You can do the transformation on on-premise middleware if you have any. You can do EIBs or you can use a Workday Studio application that is provided by Workday, which is available on the community. and then the data can be transferred to your target system. Alright, I think before we jump into more details, let me show you a few examples. These are all the support for Logan material, and I'm looking for the type of supervisory. Within the supervisory organization, you would have positions, and on those positions, you can hire a candidate or person. Let's see. This is Lottie Baker's organization. Logan is part of this. I want to hire someone, say in this supervisory organization. Let's look at the staffing options. Do we have any positions available? Let's say senior HR representative. I want to hire on this position. Let's say if I want to hire one person, I can do it like this. Say hire high employees. If I already have a pre-hire available, I'll do that. Otherwise, I can say create pre-hire. Let's say source is going to be LinkedIn. Let's say Clifford by say Steve. Say they're going to hire your rabbit. Do we need a phone number for this person? Let's say. Mobile. We need an email address for this person. We had an email. I just created a pre-hire for this position that was available under Logan's boss or Logan's peer. We had a pre-hire ID here. Let's say the start date for this person is going to be, say, 1st of March, which was yesterday. Hire is a new hire, new position. Say, employee type for the current country is going to be regular. Job profile. Time tab is going to be full time. Location, let's say. Pay rate type hourly or salary. I'm not interested in the workspace right now. Let's say, let's select hourly for this person. His work shift is going to be 40 hours a week. A schedule year is 40. FT percentage is this. And do I have any work shifts? I don't have any additional information. Job title, business title, additional classification. Not any company insider type. First day of work, continuous service date, benefits service date. Let's say it's going to be. This person already has benefits from his previous employer. 2023 is Law 551. That's when his benefits from this company should kick in. And if I have any attachments, I can attach it here. Let's submit. And now I've initiated the hire process. It's not complete as yet. Next step is going to be, say, propose compensation higher. And there's a reason why I'm taking you through all this process. And I'll come to it as soon as we finish this. You have the effective date, your total base pay, which is currently empty, compensation basis hourly. Now we need to select the composition package. Let's select composition package. Let's say the grade. Let's say team member. If there's a need for grade profile, we can select that. Otherwise, no need. And then the hourly rate. We need to set up the hourly salary for this person. Compensation plan. Say hourly plan to. Amount, let's say it's going to be $65 an hour. And frequencies should be hourly because it's an hourly pay rate. And if I have any other period salary, unit salary, any allowances such as, say, car allowance. The internal allowance came here. And if I have any commissions or anything else, I can add it here. Let's say, go ahead and submit. Let us look at the process. It says it has been successfully completed. And the person details employing ID has been assigned. If I now look at Roger Rabbit, we can see that this person is hired on the window 324.3. One day. Length of service, the position that we hired in our staff representative, his business title, his location, his job, family. He's part of Lottie Baker's organization. Lottie Baker is the manager for this person, as we can see here. And the employee ID for this worker is here. If you go to the compensation part, you can see that the frequency is annual. Well, this came out incorrectly. It should be hourly the frequency. The hourly plan is 65 an hour. And the allowance plan is the internal allowance for $55 a month. The compensation package at greatest team member, grade profile, total base pay range and down. You had to fill all this information in order to hire an employee. Right. Let's now see. If you have to do it in bulk via an integration, how would we be able to do that? What I can do is I can either use an existing EIB or I can create one. Let's go ahead and create one for the session. Create EIB is going to be the task. I'm going to select inbound because I'm going to put the data into Workday when I'm hiring people. The general settings, I'll go to next. Now I have a couple of options when I create the EIB. I can pull the file from an SFTP. I can pull a file for Google Drive Rust URLs FTP, or I can do attach file at launch, or I can pick it up from Amazon Simple Store service. Currently, I'm going to select attach file at launch because I'm going to manually fill up the file. Any other details, if I want to restrict it to a tenant type such as production, sandbox, testing, training, If I have any other tenants, I can say restrict this EIB, that it should only work on those type of tenants only. Currently, I'm not going to apply any restrictions. The data file format is going to be Workday Web Services template, and which operation I'm trying to run with this EIB. I'll say hire. Hire employee web services, correct hire, import hire, put hire, even proposed, and a couple of options. We are going to select the hire employee web service. Because we are using the Workday Web Services format, the template model is going to be the same as a hire employee. We cannot change it because this is a Workday delivered web service. No transformation required here. Again, Workday Web Service operation. When we run this EIB, it will use the Workday Web Service operation to put the data for that particular hire in the relevant objects. That will give us a summary of what we have, like the ID of our integration, the data sources, file attachment, the transformation, web services, and the delivery method. Let's go ahead and press. And now we have created our EB, the interface to load data into Workday with a file attachment. Here you can see the integration system. Endpoint is Workday Web Services. Delivery method is Web Service Operation. Transformation is Hire Employee, and the type is Web Service Template Model. Now, how do we know that? What is the format as to how we're going to load the data? We go to the Action button on this integration system. Let's go to Template Model. And first, let's have a look at View. Looking at the process that we did, that we used to hire the employee. This is the template model for it. Hire employee is the top level, then proposed compensation, hire, and all these other options or business processes can be used alongside your hire, such as update information, ID information, government IDs, passport and visa license, organization assignment, pay, group request, one-time payment, transfer data to third-party payroll. And all these options are available to you when you set up your hire process. These are all subroutines of the process hire. They can choose if you need to use them, well and good. If not, you can simply ignore them and they will not be run. The order of the processes. This is how it's going to run. The hire employee is the first sheet. And then you have almost 37 sheets that you could use potentially to load the data if you're going to use all these areas. Just to give you an understanding as to how the EIB template works. Let's go ahead and generate our model or template. Generate spreadsheet template. Now, if you're very well conversant with XML, you can use ML as your type, or you can use XLS, which you can use in Microsoft Excel. Of course, if you use XML, you can also import or open this in Microsoft Excel as well. Let's try the XML option. Now it's generating a template for us to be able for us to use. Now you can see the process got completed. These are the tasks or child processes that ran. And if you look at the output, you would see the hire employee XML file and download it. Here is the hire employee XML format. If I open the XML file here, I should be able to structure it better and see. Here is a format of the XML file that is downloaded from Workday to load your data. And again, for people who are not familiar with XML, this looks a lot French. Let's go ahead and close this. And let's open this in Excel. This is your Hire Employee EID interface. You have all those, your 37 sections that we saw on the template model. And here you can see how we can fill up the data. Let's say spreadsheet key number 1. We don't have an applicant ID, we don't have a former ID, we don't have this, but we do have a formatted name. Let's say Donald Duck. And here you can see on the top what is it expecting in terms of format. Title, descriptor cell notation, first name Donald, let's say last name Duck. Then all these sections, maybe I can skip. This is all named data in different formats. And then personal information for country. I don't think we need that. Or if you do, let's say one country is going to be US. Row ID is one, say married. Country region is going to be, say, US. Macho status, let's say 223. Is there any religion disability? I want to add all this information. Any worker documents. Political affiliation, relative names. Prefix data for relative names. Local. Suffix data. Name details data. Country personal information, then military data. National ID data. Government ID data and non. You have a lot of sections that you can use if you need to fill the relevant data into these sections. And every section that you use, you have to put it in a specific format, like the row I, D and on. Let me try to grab one which is already used. Here we can see that on these positions, this was a hire date. The supervisory organization ID, the hire reason, the employee type, the job profile, the location ID, default hours, schedule hours. Applicant ID means that these were pre-hires. All their applicant data was already there. And we can verify this by going back into the tenant. And let's search for the applicant ID we started on. This was a pre-hire. All the information was already updated before loading this EI. If I go to the next section, proposed compensation for hire. Again, the same spreadsheet key that was being used here. This is going to be unique for each record. And this has to be replicated. The spreadsheet key needs to be common in all these sections of the EIB. If spreadsheet key, then composition package, grade profiles. And then the salary plan, the amounts, the currency, and the frequency. And if there are any bonus or commission plans, they would be added here. Any ID information. Let's see what was used. Hire employee was used. Proposed compensation was used. Then edit organization was used. Otherwise, the rest of them were skipped. Let's see where is edit organization. Here you can see the same spreadsheet key as from the first one. The company ID, the cost center. ID, the region ID was assigned. Going back to overview, then changed. Personal information was used. Let's go have a look at that. There we go. Same spreadsheet key as the first one. Then date of birth was added. Gender was added. Depending on what you are trying to do, you can use sections of the EIB to load the data in bulk. These are, say, 5 employees. One, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 employees' data. You can have thousands and thousands of rows for employees, data that you would like to load. This is one way of loading the EIB or loading the data into Workday. When we talk about the 3 options, Cloud Connect custom integration tools to create integration systems such as EIB docs in the Workday Studio. This is something that we saw that was EIB. And the EIB uses the public web services to load the data into Workday. If I go back to the tenant, see, I go back to the integration that we created. Let's cancel this. Let's search for our integration. Say CF Hire Inbound and let me call it. I'm looking for integration system. Here's the integration system that we created. Then if I go to related actions, to template model and generate spreadsheet template. That's one way of doing it. The other way I did it was I used one of the existing EIB that was already created and which ran in the past. And I grabbed that EIB data with data from there, where I had already preferred information for one of the earlier hires that was executed on the tenant. And any action that you can most probably do on a given worker. Like I'm logged in as Logan McNeil currently, who is the HR administrator on this particular tenant. And I'm proxied in as Logan McNeil, where you can see on behalf of. In order to proxy, I can say when I log into my tenant, when you will be able to log into your tenant from Cloud Foundation, you can say start proxy. Because you will be logged in as any random person with limited access. Like I'm authenticated as Karen Lee, but I want to proxy in as Logan McNeil. I'm sorry, I'm already proxied in as Logan McNeil. It's not letting me proxy again. But I can just act as Logan McNeil and then it'll say on the stuff like this, on behalf of Logan McNeil. Right here. Now because I'm in a testing environment, I have access or I'm proxied in as Logan McNeil. I cannot proxy in a production environment. Please keep that in mind. What I was saying is that, for example, I go to say Julie Boss is a manager in IT operation and Logan being a HR administrator and systems administrator and security administrator. She has access to everything in one day. All the privilege access. And any action that Logan can perform on any of the employee, like benefits, business assets, processes, expenses, organization change or remove all the sign matrix organization, payments, payroll interface. Personal data like maintain names, edit other IDs, photos, government IDs, contact information, background check. Any of the actions in any of the object that Logan can perform here. She should be able to get a web services EIB against it or create an EIB using that particular web service. Supervise the organization is a different object. My options here in the related actions will be different than what I was getting here on this, because this is a related action to the object that I'm working with. Edit supervise the organization name code hierarchy. Our key structure organization. Any changes that I can do here on a given object menu, I would typically be able to create any idea and do that in Book. Same goes with position. Same goes with job profiles. Any object that I'm working with, and if I'm able to amend or make changes, I should be able to do that in bulk as well via the EIB. Or I can do it one by one. If I say 5 changes and I need to make a 10 different users, I would rather go and do it manually. But if I need to do more than that, then I would rather prefer build the EIB, build the template, load the data, validate it, test it, and then load it into one thing. Let's try to take a simpler EB like say update contact information. There's none. Let's go ahead and create it. Create. Let's say update contact information. Let's select inbound. Through the interface for setting up the EIB, some of the EIBs does allow the template to be pre-populated with existing data on the system. The ID is auto-allocated, get data. We are going to use the web service interface and we are going to attach file at launch web service template. We are going to say update contact. Let's say change home contact information web service. We're going to target home contact change with the EIB. We're going to use a default template model which is delivered from Workday because this is going to be using a web service on the backend. Delivery is going to be Workday. Web service operation. Click Next. Review and submit. This is what we have created. And now, once the interface or integration is created, we can go to the template model. And let's go to View. And here we can review all the fields that are going to be available in the CIB. Spreadsheet Key Person Academic Affiliate ID. And with this, I don't need the academic affiliate ID, but I need the employee ID that I need to update the contact for. I'm going to go ahead and update this template model edit details. And except for this, I want to see employee ID. Now we have changed the affiliate ID to employee ID for the person, which is going to be our identifier for identifying the employee that we're trying to update the home contact information. Rest of the fields are going to use it as default. And now let's try to create the template with data. When I go to the bottom section where I have business process, data and usage, I can click on data and edit template with data options. Here I can put up a condition rule filter where I can say employee create rule and then identify the employee's data that I want to update. Here I can say that I would like the data to be cooperated for employee ID. The selection list, let's try to find the ID of, let's say, Steve Morgan. Say people. His employee ID is 2102. Right here. I've now created the filter that whatever Steve's contact information and personal contact card is available, it will populate the data in the EIB. Here we can see his address is to revenue, his phone number and instant messages, social networks and on. All the home contact information should populate with this. Let's go ahead and test this rule that we created. And it should show Steve Morgan. Our rule is working. Now we can generate a template model or the spreadsheet including the data. Here again, data generator, spreadsheet template. Now I have this option of generate spreadsheet with data. Let's select the XLS format. In the output, we should have the EIB template. Let's go ahead and open it. Now, if I look at here in the Home Contact Information tab, you will see that the employee ID is mentioned here. The employee ID of the person, the address type, effective date, the address, whatever was in the system available for this particular worker, is populated here in the EIB. Let's say I'm going to mark this rule as my sample. Just mark it in a different color. Let's say I start with another template. 2102 ID1. Basic effective date 2203. Now, for example, his current address is this. Let's say I'm going to change it to a different address. Let's see. This is a text field. This is an open field where the formatted address is provided. Then you have different sections for region, for country, for state, and on. I can have a 2-digit, 3-digit, or different types of naming convention that is available in the tenant. Alpha code 2, numeric code 3, or alpha code 3. And what are the codes for United States in the tenant? How would you find that? Here you can either select the country, let's say United, or the country. If I can find the country here, I can go to say view reference IDs. Reference ID type we are trying to find is country. That's where the business object is going to be saved. Let's see where San Francisco is nested under. It is part of. Location, location, location country. There we go. Here you can see the alpha 3 digit code is USA, alpha 2 digit code is US, and the numeric code for United States is 8040. I can select either of the three values that the EIB can recognize it. You have to be mindful that these values that are in Workday needs to be exact in our EIB. Otherwise, the EIB would potentially fail. Here you can see that what we are looking for. I saw alpha 2 digit code, or let's use a numeric 3 digit code. If you're going to use a numeric 3 digit code, this is going to be 8040. Today, let's look at a different kind of EIB. If we look at our we look at inbound data is fed into Workday, incoming data is transformed into Workday via web services, and we created the EIB interface. Using the REST, went to the inbound integration through the web services and updated the employee contact information, which we are having some errors, but we'll get it fixed. Now we want to look at an EB or outbound integration where data is provided by Workday and outgoing data may be transformed into something and it's going out to somewhere. Let me choose all the tabs to the right. Again, I'm proxied in as Logan Mathel to have privileged access on the system. Let's create our own EB and to grab the data from Workday. There are multiple ways, but my preference would be to get it from a report. Let me look at an existing report. In fact, let me do RD census. RD means report definition. It's a shortcut. I'm looking for a report with the name census, which will have all the employee data. We don't have one. Custom report. This is a report. To find reports on the tenant, looking for census. report found in this worker. Alright, it's all GMS current workers. That is something that we can look at. Are all active worker needs? To edit this report, first add Logan Mathal to the report user. She is able to run and access the report. I go to Share All Authorized Users. That should be. Now I'm able to run the report. And what data am I getting in this report? This is the data I'm getting. Employee ID, username, last name, first name, employee type, position, management level, cost, center, regions, worker, projects. Expense report submitted. Issued business assets and locations, for example. Also, I would like to add a few more details to this report, such as hire date and their status, whether they're active or not. Let's look at the configuration of this report first. Let's have a look at the filters as to what kind of filters are being used in this report. Issued business asset, none in this list. I don't need that. I want all the business assets to be included. Any subfilters, any prompts. I think what I would like to do, and this is all workers. All workers means it will show me all the active workers which are in the tenant. The terminated will not be included in this data source for this worker. I want to add a hire date worker type position. After first name, I want to see the hire date. We should know what we have. Region says headquarter corporate. And I want to add, let's say, country. Location, address, country. I'm not interested in this line. Last expense report submitted. But I'm interested in issued business assets, for example. And in the last column, it's showing the location as city. I'll keep that, but I'll move the location country towards the end. First, I get the city, the actual location, and the location country. And let's say I want to have the worker's email address as well. Hire date worker type position. Email what? And let's say I want the phone number as well. Phone primary work. Let's see what this is. Including area code and primary work phone. I'm good with this. I can say work phone, work email, hire date, user ID, management level, issued business address, location. And say I want to say rename the heading from location address, country to country. This looks good. Let's run the report. Alright. Now I have employee ID username, last name. Then I have the hire date, the email, work, the primary work phone number. If it's listed, the employee type, and towards the end, we remove the quotes. But we have the issued business assets. We had the location, and now we added the country as well. Now this data sets up my, say, active worker details. Let me make a copy of this. Or we can use the same one. No worries. Let's go ahead and edit it. To be able to use with an EIB, I need to enable the report for web services. It can be accessed for web services. And for that, what we do is we go to Advanced. We have an option for Enable as Web Service. Let's leave it here for now. And let's create our EIB. EIB. This time it's going to be an outbound. Let's call it CF outbound. And the name could be Worker Census Data. Earlier, when we created the EIB, we created it as inbound. Use a template to load the data into Workday. Now we're going to use a data from Workday, generate it, and then send it outside. It will create the name, the unique ID for this EIB. I'll go to Next. Now it is asking me for the source data. It can be a custom report or it could be a web service. Currently, we're going to use custom report. And the name of the report is this. Now, when I try to find it, it will say no match found. And the reason is the report. Web services are not enabled. Let me go ahead and enable it. It will create a web service API, the namespace for it, and the version. I'll try to keep it at the latest version, which is 14.22, and what this will do is it will give me column heading XMLs as well XML alias. In this particular report, all the fields that I'm using like employee, ID, username, last name, they need to be unique. They cannot be duplicated in any of the XML aliases. If they are duplicated or they are the same alias, the report will error out. Now let's search for this report here again. And now we can see the report is now available as a custom report because we enabled the web service enabled as web services as yes, and it will generate the namespace in the API version. We got the data from the report. And we are going to alternate output format and run a system user. We're going to ignore this. We don't need this right now. We need to do a transformation on the report. For that, what we'll do, we'll select New Custom, Report Transformation, and we'll jump back to it. Again, as to how we're going to do transformation. Then the delivery method. Do we want to have it attached as an inbox item? It will be a working attachment. Or I want to send it to an FTP or an SSL. Say if I want to send it to an FTP, I need to give the FTP address like XFP colon 127.0.1. FP is file transfer protocol. If you have a FTP server or a secured FTP server, you can send the data to the SAFT as well. When you integrate with other companies, they generally prefer to use the SAFT method. Let me refresh my page. Give me one moment. Insert. Let me put my EIB again. Outbound and it will CF. There we go. We had not completed the configurations. I'm going to go ahead and continue. Go to Edit. We were on the delivery cap. Let's say I want to have it as a SEFP. I have to provide all the SEFP details which will be provided by my recipient. Or if it's my own SEFP, then sure I would have the information. When do you want? Say directory is going to be CF. IEF. I may have a structure for my directory that would be provided to me by the SEFT owner. User ID 1234. Password code 2234. Then what is the file name? That when I deliver the file, what is going to be the file name? I would say employee underscore slusks. Retention for policy, say I want it to be retained for 30 days. And say I want to use a dynamic file name. Every time a file is there, I want to use the date as a format. We'll select as to how we are going to do that. I have the option for delivering it CSV, HTML, Excel or text. As we selected slugs, it's going to come in Excel. If I want to select it, say drop it as CSV from a separate values. I can select CSV from here. And if I have a PGP encryption that I need to use, I can create a use of the PGP certificate to encrypt the file. If I need to, this is how we set up the FTPSL. SFTP is somewhat similar as well. Again, you have the SFTP address, say. Then you provide the authentication method, say username and password or SH authentication, username and password, and the rest of the details remain the same. Let's say, for the sake of this call, I'm going to use an email delivery. Right. I put 3 email addresses CC. I don't want to CC anyone. I can add as many email addresses I want in the to address with a semicolon. 6b, say from is going to be this. Let's call it, say, employee census data. And the email text. Let's call it, say, CF underscore employee census of CSV retention policies 30 days. We'll set up the dynamic filing and let's go ahead. And if I want to have my own more than one delivery method like email as well as FTP, I can add another one down here. But it's up to you. Now the review. our EI details that we created send it to the same address, and now the EIB template has been created. It is using the data source as active worker details. The transformation we're going to look at and the delivery method is this. Now, as you can see that we have an error here, and the error says the integration system is using unencrypted transport protocol. You should encrypt with PGP or your security administrator to put an exception on it. Logan is a security administrator here on the Senate as well. I'll go to EIB interface, toggle approve unencrypted transport. And then I would allow the email address as a recipient. That's one part. Now, if you remember, we had talked about dynamic filing and transformation. Let's look at the dynamic filing first. I don't want to restrict it to any tenant type, either production or sandbox or anything like that. Our filing was cf_worker_censusdata.csv. But I want to make this dynamic. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a tag, tag1. And for the tag1, I'm going to select, say, current date. Or I can say today. Tag1 will always get today's date returns today's date based on the current date where the user is located. Tag1. It's going to be cf_worker_censusdata_tag1, and tag1 is going to be today's date. Now we have set up the dynamic filing. Let's go back to our EB. And now let's do our transformation for the outbound interface. Configure transformation. Now what do I want, my CSV delimiter or the data delimiter? Let's say it is comma, but I want to use the pipe. I want the pipe as a delimiter. The line heading should be line feed carriage return or CRLF. Let's say I want to select CRLF. And for every header in the report, I can add a prefix character. Let's say for here I want to add star for the employee ID. If I want a fixed column width, I can do that. If I want to change the column heading override, I can do that. If I need to add padding or pad characters on the left or the right, I can do that. For username, hard a raw email and worker type. Let's say I want the pad character to be dash. And I want the left padding and say right padding, enter single pad or character dash pad. Let's say I want to add it or say T on the left of the worker. If you need anything else, I'll let it remain the same. I can do some changes on my output file as to how I would deem fit for the requirement of the receiver. Say on the header, I want to say actual start date and time. And for the footer, let's say I want to add line count and then row count. Say if it's required by the recipient of my file. These are all customizable. I'm just showing you the options that you have. Now we are kind of ready with our report, with our integration. We are using this report. We just configured our transformation. We have set up our dynamic file name and we have added all the addresses. And we have also then the unencrypted transport, which is showing you now as alert because we have enabled it. Now let's run this. Integration launch, say run now. I'm going to use all the file name, use system default documentation default. I've added all this information in the integration template. But if I need to change it on runtime, I have the ability to do that. Let's press. And now the integration outbound is running. If you can see, the parent event, the integration system initiated by the report URL, the report which is going to be in use, the transformation that we have added. And here are the email addresses that it's going to be delivered to and from, and the email type. And here you can see the dynamic file name has come in and added the date, along with the file in the tag one that we added. Let's refresh this. Then it says complete. Now in your email addresses, you should get this file delivered to you in a CSV format. Let me open this file here. Now you can see that the date is on the top and all the columns are a bit more readable. Your title, username, first name, last name, hire date, email work, primary phone worker type position. Country location, business, assets and on. And this data, this file can be used for any other purposes like for payroll, for inventory management or for your whatever the recipient may be using it for. And then I can set up the schedule for the weekly recurrence. It runs every 1 week day of the week. Let's say I want it every Friday. Start time, let's say 7 a.m. And Pacific time, Los Angeles run once. And let's say the first Friday next is going to be on the 10th. And let's say, let's continue this till the end of the month last Friday. For 4 weeks, I'm setting up a scheduler start date and end date recurrence once a week. And every Friday, 7 a.m. GMT minus 8 Pacific time, we should be getting this file in your inbox. And let's say, and now the schedule is active. If I look at the schedule data, this is the configuration of the schedule and it will give me the next events, the next 10 launch events. But we have only set it up for 4 weeks. It is just showing the next 4. But recent runs is 0. Integration created by and the schedule is set up here. If I need to change the schedule, if I go back to my integration, go to the related actions, go to reports and schedule feature processes. And here you'll find the schedule for me that is related to this integration. Schedule process, and if I want to edit it, suspend it. Say edit if I want to suspend it, if I want to run it now, if I need to edit schedule occurrences, change schedule, transform ownership, view all occurrences, or even delete the schedule, I can do that from the schedule process related to the integration. This is how we create an outbound integration. We have multiple delivery methods. We have our source data that we can get from a report or from a web service. We can do the transformation. Now we selected new transformation, but now our transformation data is right here that we customized. Then the delivery mechanism. It could be one or more, and it could be Amazon, Simple Storage, AS2, Email, FTP, FTP SSL, HTTPS SL, SFTP, or Workday attachment. Or if you already have a delivery method that's already in use from another integration, you can use it here as well. Then you put your email addresses. In case of email, the file name. If you want to use dynamic file name, you can select the dynamic file name and configure that. You can also select option for, say, Access. You can select Microsoft Excel as the MIME type. Change the XLSX here. But you have to keep in mind, once you make this change, you have to update your dynamic file name as well. Otherwise, your dynamic file name is set up to CSV, whereas you have changed the file type. You can see here. You should still see CSV here. You have to make sure that you update it here as well. This is how you create an outbound integration using your Workday report using an EIB interface. To begin with, Workday provides a plethora of reports already that are configured in the system that you can use as a baseline for your needs and use that, and then modify it and then work on it for your custom requirements. Whenever you talk about reports, a report is always trying to solve a problem that is required by your client, a question, a set of data. That report constitutes the data that is going to be relevant to the requirements that you may have. There are multiple types of reports in Workday, and say, let's start with all custom reports. And this will list all the custom reports that are either delivered by Workday or created by one of your colleagues or team members who are using Workday. Here you can see the report name on the first column. I hope you can see my screen. If I am not the owner or if I don't have any permissions to view that custom report. If you have the relevant security assigned to you, if you are a report writer or you have the ability to view all the reports, then yes, you should be. Otherwise, the reports that has been shared with you, you will be only able to see those. Currently, I am logged in as Logan McLean, as you can see on the top. She has access to everything on the tenant. She is able to see all the reports on the tenant. Every report has a report name, the report type, the data source it's using, the category. And if you have any tags available, that has been added. Who is the owner of the report? If there's any description, When was it created? When was it last updated? Last run date and last run by? And is it a worklet? The report type could be advanced, it could be metrics, it could be simple, it could be composite and on. Different report types for different purposes. Now, for example, if I look at, say, data sources benefit, any of the reports that are based on these two data sources would show up here in the custom report. They should be related to benefits-based reporting. Like you have a benefits modeling benefit metrics, employee enrolled in SA, enrollments of healthcare, and monthly benefit premiums by organization, monthly provider premiums, and on. Let's look at enrollment healthcare to begin with. Here the name of the report is Enrollment Healthcare. It's a matrix type report. The data sources benefit collection, data sources standard, and then these are all the matrix report fields. Matrix is generally used combining multiple data sources, not data sources, but data fields together to give you a matrix output. You have your group by field is coverage. It's in descending. Then you have the column grouping for benefit coverage type. And then you want to count on it. And in the drill down fields, the coverage type, event, date, benefit, enrollment plan, provider, company, and coverage, and all the related data that you need. And the detailed data and the sort data. Let's try to run this report and see how it looks like. Here, you can see in the matrix report, you can have a graph view as well as a table view. Employee, only employee plus one dependent employee plus family and the total. If I click on this, say medical, I should be able to see all the drill down details that we had on our report. Drill down had what? Like benefit, coverage type benefit, even date benefit enrollment. And they are all here. Your drill down gives you all the details for different workers, the enrollment, even the worker, the benefit, even date coverage, and on. Every report that you have satisfies a query that has been created by your stakeholders. That report can also be used for integrations for outbound, like we saw yesterday. You can see the monthly cost, employee contribution, employer contribution, and all the details that you would like to have. This is how you build your matrix report. This is the detailed data and your drill down data. Then you can have filters in here as well in the report. What are the benefit coverage types that you want to limit it to? Benefit coverage type in this selection list, which is value specified in the filter. Medical, dental and vision, and benefit election currently enrolled as of report. Effective date needs to be yes. When these two conditions are met, only these employees or this data that is matching this filter condition will be included in the report. else everything else will be excluded. If there are any diff prompts, it has a prompt for frequency, and the default value is set up as monthly. But we have marked it as required as yes, but we have said do not prompt at runtime. It doesn't ask for that prompt. It's a predefined prompt. The primary access, the secondary access, what is going to be the labels, and you can configure these. And then the top value. You have a lot of options for your access and values as well. The target line. But primarily for our integrations, we use advanced reports. Let's have a look at this. Here you see the difference between the report type advanced and report type. Matrix is a setup of the report format. Here it's pretty straightforward. You define the data source. You use the object and then within the object which field you want to use. The food for the worker, it's a worker itself, then worker's social security number, worker's benefit group. And then we change the object to benefit election. We see the benefit enrollment. Even from election, we get the coverage type from elections. We get coverage from benefit election. We'll get employee costs for benefit frequency and on. That multiple business objects being used here in the report, and that is available only in advanced report format. You can do a sorting on the data if you want to. You can add filters as well. Even date is first year of this calendar year. The benefit coverage type are dependent care and the healthcare FCA. And elected equals to yes. Only people who have elected for these conditions or who met like elected for dependent care and elected for healthcare FSF or benefits plan within Workday. They will be included in the report. No prompts here. This does not have any charts in this report. It's not populated. Share as you were asking us that whether you would be able to see the report or not. If you are part of the benefit administrator benefit partner group or your name is added as the authorized user and you have the relevant permissions to do that, you should be able to see this report. And again the web services parameters, the worksheet and connect it with Prisma, which is the analytical tool for Workday. Provided by Workday. It's a third-party tool, but is provided by Workday. Let's try to run this report and see how this is formatted. We can see that there is no data available in this report. Let's see. Let's customize this report a little bit. Let's see. Let's go to filters. And except for add more benefit plans to it. I'm going to select all the benefit plans in here. Make the changes selected. All the 43 plans available in the system. And let's try to read on the report. Let's edit it again. Let's edit it again. Let's say, let's remove the first day of this calendar year. Remove that condition. All these people did not get elected in this year, but it was from earlier day. But you can see the worker data, the worker, benefit group, enrollment event, enrollment coverage type, elected coverage, Trixie. And if I need to build a custom report from scratch, how would I do that? The task to create a custom report from scratch would be create custom certified system platform. On the standard level, see, I'll add a perm counseling report to midnight. The task name is create custom report. Here I can put in the name, say Chief Employee Data, and the report types can be selected from here like Advanced Composite, Matrix, Inbox Search, Simple Transpose, Trending. We're going to select Advanced Report for now. Do I want to enable it as a web service? Like, do I have any plans to use it in any of the integrations for inbound or outbound? I can select it in the beginning as well, or I can select it at a later stage as well. Now for optimize for performance. You will have the data source, but they will be limited, and not all the data sources are optimized for performance. Active here you can see, these are trending data. You see the lightning bolt sign. These are all optimized for performance data sources. Worker audit details. If I click on the three dots, access to worker audit details and primary object returns one row per worker in the audit details include all worker audit changes per pay group for integration event. You have former worker with an all-indexed worker or trended worker. Trended worker is a separate data source where it uses a trending data year over quarter, over quarter, over quarter, over quarter. What I want is all active and terminated as my data source, which is not optimized for performance. All active and terminated workers, workers, workers. And if I look at the three dots for this, I will see the description where all the active and terminated workers are there. It will be give me 1 raw per worker. My primary business object is going to be, of course, worker. But the data source I'm going to use, the data source for this is all active and terminated worker. First thing, what I want is worker and worker. Then let's say I want to employ it as well, and I want it on the top field. Let's say title. I want their job profile. I want their management level, the management level for the job profile for the workers. Primary position say, I want to add another between job profile and management level. Another field. I want to get position and let's say I want to know who the worker's manager is. Workers manager. I want to know a supervisor organization and I want to know who the workers manager is. I want to know who the workers manager is, cost center, say location, country, let's say, and filters. I'm not going to put anything for now and let's say I am not sure that I would like to which field I need from the object workers. I have the ability to go to categories and all the fields related to the business object worker would be categorized here. If it's related to address appointments, attachments, audit, background, process, benefits, business assets, the issued business assets. Let's say I want to say from the person information. I want to get their all personal information and I press and I do have the ability to test the report that in the test it will only load 10 workers data that comes randomly. This way, I don't have to wait for the whole report to run to test my fields, my data set, whether it's coming out to be or not. You can see it says test and it will show you 10 items. Employee aid worker, business title, job profile, position, management level workers, manager, supervisor, supervisor, organization, cost center, location, address, country, and no issued business assets or personal information for country is blank. Maybe these two fields are inaccurate. What I can do is I can run the report again in full mode. In run mode, it will run the report and get me all the data that is required. It gave me 63 line items. You can see the business issues assets are populated for whoever it has been added and the personal information. Looking in India and the States, and as you can see that I can click on this. This report is also interactive. If I need to take any action for the on the worker, I can directly take action from directly right here on the worker itself. If I need to take any action on the job profile, again, these are related actionable reports. You can have the related action button directly on the object itself. That is popular in the report and on. If I want to filter something here, let's say I want to add a filter on employee aid, I can add it from here as well, like from the title, from the aid on top, or I can go to the filter tab as well, right here. Let's say if I want United States only out of 83 items, it would only show United States. Filtered out for me on the display and I only see 285 records. If I want to see it in a compact mode, I can click on this and it will become quite compact for me to display or for us to see if I want to hide any of the columns or move them around in this report. I can just say with this here, and let's say country. I want it on the top and let's say this here, and I want to hide this as well. Now you can see that in the output of the report, not the report itself, the field has not changed here. But in your output, you're able to move the columns around, you're able to do filters, you're able to hide or show columns the way you want. If you want to export it into a PDF file, you can do that right here. If you want to export it into Excel, you can put it right here. Or if you want to share it into worksheets, Workday has its own drive and you can put it in the Workday drive. That's called worksheets right here. And then you can do your analysis there in a worksheet and then share it with the other organization as well. All right, any questions? Far on the report and the structure, all right. There's another feature available from Workday, which is called the Workday Standard Reports. And these are all these standard reports that are provided by Workday itself. You have two options, like all custom reports and Workday Standard Reports. The type when it says report writer, You are able to run that report yourself. Express. Reports are something that are used internally by Workday. Let's say if I go to category and let's say human, these are regarding Hexim. Let's say if I want to run this report, it's a report writer. This advanced reporting database administrator. Your work is incorrectly hired twice. The report uses all workers report data source. The domain is audit, contact information and on. Let's go ahead and try to run this report. Here you can see that menu is a little different. If I go to A, task or security process integration, interesting maybe. Login does not have access to audit data. Let's look at it in different. Let's say this is an espresso report. Audit. Let's look at a different area. Alright, let's try to run this report and see. Standard report. Now you see that I have this option of running this report. Let's say I run this in a new tab. Right click, then new tab. And let's say this is a report that is standard delivered by Workday. And as you can see, it's a standard report. I don't have the option of editing it, but I can make a copy of this report and edit it and use it to my relevance. Whichever fields I need from here which are relevant to my usage, I can create a copy of this report and use it for my needs. Generally speaking, the Workday standard reports and all custom reports would have majority of your requirements, satisfaction for the reporting requirements that you may have from your clients. When I make a copy, it's asked me all worker costing allocation copy. Let's call it CF. And this is marked as a temporary report for now, which we can change it at a later stage. Right here. Report is marked for. I can see all the columns. Let's say I may not be just costing allocation tab or whichever I don't need. I can remove it from the list and add the columns or the business objects that I need for my reporting and add them in here and then save it and then run the report to get the relevant data. Try tomorrow when we meet up. I would request you to try to create a standard report with employee census data. Here in the business object or the data source, use all active employees or all active in Terminator workers is fine as well in your tenant. Try to come up with a report. See the business objects that you have. Try to use the fields that are available and try to play with it. And then we can discuss your reports to look at some of the calculated fields that are available within your reports that you can use in your reports which are not Workday delivered, but you need to apply some calculations to your reporting requirements where you might need an LORB or an ESI or you need to do any arithmetic calculations and on. We'll look at those options tomorrow as well in our custom reports. We will see you. These ideas. You know the selection to work. Jeremiah could hungry Berlicht with audio and let's go. Today we are going to look at some of the features of advanced report where we will see how we can create a custom field in our report. Let's go to our all custom report. Let's say all custom report. And let's continue and to build our report that we built earlier and make some changes to it. And again, always keep in mind my opinion towards report is that it is going to satisfy a query or a requirement that you have for reporting, for a data set that someone needs to see. At least this was our report in place of data test. All active and Terminator workers. And I believe, yes, this was our report. This is a temporary report. Let's turn off the temporary off of it. Let's go to edit. Advan, why not? Why not? Why not? Let's create a brand new report. Create custom. And let's say I want to see changes of employees, say in the last 90 days. Let's call it CF2 employee change. The last 90 days. And I want to use the advanced report. And I want to use my object as all workers. Basically, I'm looking at active workers. Let's say I want to start with the employee ID. And the worker itself. And let's say I want to have the preferred name as well. I'm going to change the object from worker to preferred name. And from preferred name, I want a pseudonym. I want to have the same name. Let's say I don't have anything. That was a full name. the same. ID3 name in general display format. If they have pseudonym, it will come up here. And I am trying to track changes for the worker. I'm going to use a multiple set of objects. Let's say it's free. Work history summary as my object. And I want to know who initiated change. And then in the worker history, I want to see, let's say the date initiated. When workers initiated, what was the effective date of the change? We have the initiated date, initiated and effective date. And now I want to see, let's say the business process as to what was changed. And let's say I want to get there. So what was the current call center? The time of change, and say they are changing call center. Call center proposed. And let's see from the history summary, I want to get the supervisory organization manager, who is the current one in the worker history summary and who was the proposed one. From worker history summary, if I look for manager, I don't have the option for current managers or proposed managers. When I don't have this option available, I wouldn't need to create a calculated field for that. And the way to do that is if I go to the object and then create calculated field. For report, click on this. On the worker business. Process object. I am trying to create a say. Calculated field. Current. Or man. And this is going to be an LRV lookup related value. If I select tab here, I have a lot of options of functions available here. Aggregate related instance if I need to do a systematic calculation. Build data concatenate text. Convert currency. Convert text to number and non. Evaluate expression. Format date. Extract single instance. Extract multi-instance. Increment or decrement date. Lookup date rollup. Depending on what you are trying to do, you have a lot of options available for your functions. Currently, we are looking at LRV, lookup related value. Then here, what I want to do is for the worker, whose history we are looking at. I want to see the current supervisory. The current supervisory organization for the worker as of date on that day. Supervisory organization prior to this business process. Ending here. From this lookup field, I want to know who was the supervisory manager. And what this field will do. The manager for the supervisory organization if there is more than one manager assigned. Single assignment and manager. I get this. Now we have created our calculated field. And from the worker history, it will an LRV. It will find the object for supervisory organization current and give me the manager, the supervisory manager's name. Now, similarly, this is for the current manager. Let's say now I want to know the proposed manager. For the proposed supervisory organization where the person is going to move. Keep in mind, I am tracking the changes for workers in 90 days period. That's the purpose of this report. Let's go ahead and create another LRV. Lookup related value. Yeah. Proposed. Manage. Same business object. I am going to select lookup related value. Now in this case, I will look up the field supervisory organization. But propose. Earlier we had current. And I am going to say supervisory. And we are going to call this. We are going to put the heading on it, just to make things simple. If I don't put the column heading, it will put up the same. Let's keep it like this. And let's look at. I think we'll come around to the next type of calculated field in the next round. Now let's go back to our filter. And what do we want to filter in? I want all the active employee to show up here. Because we are tracking changes for the employee for all the active workers. I'll put the filter say active status. What is active status? Let's have a look at the three dots. The return is if the worker is active as of the report date provided. I'm good with that active status. And now I am going to put the operator. Let's say equal to. And if I select this checkbox very specified in the filter, it means yes. When an active status for a worker is yes, they will be included in the report. That's what this filter means. Let's say I want to select the cost centers. I'm selective of my cost centers. I select the field cost center. C, and I want to select it from the list in the selection list. Well, you specified in this filter, and then I'll have a list of all the cost centers. Let's say. For now, I'm going to select all of them. Or let's say, do we have CEO? Office of the CEO. Resource. HR. Let's say IT operations. Service management. OIG. Admin. Do we have any administration? Operation. Alright, I selected this. It's cost centers that I want to run the report in. And now. And I want to get this data for a particular date. Let's say hire date. Is greater than equal to, and I want to have it in the last 90 days. I don't want to use a date. I want this to be dynamic field. The value from another fee and today, and it's 90. Do I have a field available today? C minus X days, and this could be a prompt. Let's convert this into a prompt from the user and say prompt 1. And it's good to prompt. And let's set up our prompt. Currently, I don't have any prompts here. If I click on this, upload undefined from default, it should pull up that prompt that we just created. Hire date prompt 1. Say determine value at runtime. Today minus X days. See what this field has. This should be increment or decrement. Date, type of field, the current date minus the specified number of days for the delivered. And let's see if I can make a copy. Now let's create another calculated field. Create. Let's call it, say, today minus 90 days. Let's make it a global field. It's not specified to any business object. It's globally available. And it's going to be increment or decrement date. The date field is going to be, say, today. And months to add or subtract. We want to have 90 days or we can do by days. Let's do it by days. 90. We have the minus 90, and what this means that this is a numeric constant. 90. And I want to say if there's an error, just return a blank date. It doesn't error out on the report. With this, what we're doing is today minus 90. The date field is today. Days to add or subtract. And my subtraction is minus 90. And again, minus 90 is also a calculated field, which is called numeric constant or text constant. You can see numeric constant, and numeric constant is negative 90. Let's copy this calculated field that we created, and now we can use this in our report. And no default value. Let's say I don't need this. We can say do not prompt at runtime. Let's go back to our filters. I think we have one blank one. Let's remove that. Right now, let's try to run this. I think we should put in other filter because in the last 90 days it will get all the business processes. Anything and everything that has happened on the worker will show up here. Let's go ahead and test it and see what it looks like. In the test mode, I'll get 10 records. The higher date, see it's gone back 90 days. 2022. And here you see the initiator. For the worker employee ID, worker name and general format. And the initiator who initiated the business process when it was initiated. What was the effective date of that change? The business process type, the cost center. Current proposed current manager. Who was the current manager? Who was the proposed manager? And there's a lot of changes. What I want to do is I want to limit my report to the changes that I want to track for the employee changes that are required. For example, from the worker history summary, object, this is object on the report, worker history summary. And here from the worker history summary, I want to identify or limit the business process type. It should be field on the report because we've already used it. Business process type. Say in the selection list. And now I can define what business process I want. Say change job. Say move worker. Let's say compensation changes. Propose compensation change or request compensation change. And let's say I want to also add to release. Leave of absence. Return from leave of absence and time off. Request time off. Now we have identified 8 business process types that I want to track within this report. For each worker. Let's read in our test cases. Here we can see for Ms. Ram Sharma the change of the proposed compensation. When was it initiated? What was the effective date? All these changes happened on the same date for this person. But again, this is just 10 records. Now let's go ahead and run this report. And run it. This was a test. And let's keep the hire date at 90 days from now. What we are getting is only 11 items. Let's change the date to say low assume 1. Let's bring the whole last year as well. Now we have 23 items. For these people, something else changed except for our report. But they did have a change. That's why they're showing up here. Let's go back another year. Let's look at our filters. Hire date is greater than or equal to prompt 1. And our prompt 1 is 3 minus 90 days. And we've gone back to 2 years. Not too many changes for these workers. Let's go ahead and remove the limit of the business process that we put in. We run this report. Now we can see higher proposed compensation. And most of the transactions in the business process or the worker history are higher in proposed compensation. And they should be on the same date because proposed compensation hire is part of the hire process. For this person, you can see change organization assignment, the cost centers. What was the current? What was the proposed? Let's go ahead and make another change. Let's remove the restrictions from the cost centers as well. Let's go to filter. And let's remove this. And I think the subfilter. As we don't need this, let's remove this as well. Now let's run the report again. It's 16 items. Let's limit this to a little closer. Let's run it again with a default prompt, which is for December 9, 2022. Because we have removed the limit, the filters for the cost center, and the filters for the business process type. We should be seeing more activities here. You can see some change of activities going on. Or again, Ram Sharma. Let's do one thing. Let's make a change on one of the workers and see how this report is behaving. Right? Let's do it live. We go to one of the workers that we see ahead in the report, like Anthony Dave, HRFF. Let's say, let's promote this worker. Let me just make a note of employee ID. And for him, we are going to do a promotion. Action. Job change. Transfer, promote, job change. I would like this to take effect on the 1st of January. Let's see. Last Monday. This is updated on 9th. Let's see for him. It's going to be a promotion. Who is the current manager now? And is uh, the same manager. Same manager. Same manager. I would say, great, I really do miss that Cybernam, right? Profile. Let's see HR ops. What else do we have? HR. The location will remain the same. The details of the worker, full time, part time, that's fine. Management layer is 6. And then attachments. Non organization changes. Company cost center. Let's see, it remains the same. Cost center say it's going to be HR. City is going to be state. And any other organization that says no custom works for now. Compensation. And let's say we add salary for the new position. Let's give him the maximum base pay $155 in USD annual. And no need for hourly pay and other allowances. I'm just going to skip it for now. Of what we are changing and then go ahead and submit. The promotion. Let's go here. Let's say I'm going to reassign it to Logan. It should now go to the approval process for Workday. Promotion day, let's say receiving manager. It's going to be this. Access event has been approved. I think there's an issue with the business process that it's again and again going to unassigned, whereas it should go to manager's manager for approval. But as it didn't go, I'm reassigning it to Logan. She can at least complete the process. This is reviewed by manager's manager. They go out and approve, and it's going to unassigned task. Finding Let's keep in mind that earlier this is a change that it was showing before. Let's make a copy of this. Let's duplicate this report. And let's get our employee. Let's filter it by the employee. As you can see, our report is showing the data for the employee. He was hired on the 9th, but then promoting employee inbound change organization assignment. And these are the changes done today and who initiated it. Logomanil was initiated. This is what we did today. With this report, it is tracking changes within the last 90 days for an employee. And for this, we created a couple of calculated fields where we had the current and proposed, and also like we can also get the worker history summary. Like the current base and proposed base, we can see the difference there as well. For example, let's see summary. This is the current. Let's see. This is the proposed. Why is that? Why would that be? Why would that be? Because of permission. I doubt it because we logged in as Loga McNeil. But if I look at the compensation, let me look at the compensation. What is the total base coming out to be? That's why. The total base is coming out to be 0, whereas its location address is Chennai, but its base is USD. What we need to do is when we work a history, when we did the promotion, we need to correct that. Promotion our manager. Let's see. Alice. Sorry, I think one of the components is not working correctly. Because total base space should not be 0. What is the compensation grade? The compensation grade is valid for in the compensation change. This is the process. Let's correct this. Let's assign a grade profile to him. If something is messed up in the compensation package. Otherwise, the location and the grade profile should fix or should populate the total base space. Oh, this composition package has some issues. If I look at Logan McNeil's compensation, you would be able to see even for her the total base space is not coming total pay. There's a royal screw up here somewhere in this compensation package. Well, in the report field that we're using is total base space, which should be this field. But let's try to edit this. This is salary and allowances. This is not going to work. I may need to go into the tenant and fix the mess up that is here for the compensation package. The total base space is basically the field that should be used for your compensation. This is the current and proposed calculations. This is coming out to be 0. I need to go into the compensation package and try to fix whatever is going on. But apart from that, basically what we are trying to do is with this report. What is this satisfying is tracking the changes within the last 90 days for employee changes. And in this report, we created a couple of calculated fields. We used multiple objects in the object. Like we used worker preferred name, we used worker history summary. Then, with the worker history summary, we took the business process initiator date, initiated effective date, business process type, then base pay current proposed, cost center current proposed. And then we wanted to see the supervising manager for the current and proposed, which we took from LRV. If you do get a chance, please try to replicate this report in your tenant and try to make some changes on the workers that you may feel appropriate, like Logan or Steve Morgan. and see if they are showing up in the report or not as an assignment. This report is available to you in the tenant. See if employee changes 90 days. And let me tag this as CS as well. Alright, any questions far on report creation? And how do we do the filters, the prompt and the calculated field, like the LRV that we created? I'm sure a lot of them, but unless you practice, you won't be able to get the hang of it. There might be some of you that have already used Workday reports in the past and you are very comfortable with it. But some of you might be new. Please do practice and let's come up with questions tomorrow. And then we will continue with our outbounder degree. Today, let's look at some evaluate expressions that would come in handy when we are building report for integrations. For example, our requirement would be that we want to have true-false conditions built to find an answer for our report. How would they be built? Let's have a look at a few examples. Let's say we want to get tenure category. And tenure category could be how long that person has been in service. For example, let's say let's call this worker and let's create a calculate field for our report. Do you have a list of business objects available in Workday where we can check that? There are many business objects. It depends on the functional area, but I'll show you how you can find it or at least find some of them. There's no holistic list of business objects available. Let's call it, say, calculated field, say worker tenure. And the field type could be evaluate expression. The object is going to be worker and the field type is evaluate expression. Now, in this field, we have the default field type as to what it's going to be. And let's say it's going to be text. And the default value, let's say, is going to be. Well, we'll come back to that at a later stage. Alright, now we have to create some conditions. Let's create our first condition, which is going to be, say true, false condition. Say calculated field length of service. Then 1 year. Function is going to be say true, false. Say length of service. In months. Let's change it from years to months. We saw was the web services. Well, if I open it in a new page, and for this to be enabled, we need to make sure that our web services are enabled. If we go to advanced, and our web services, if we have this enabled, We can pull the reports in these formats as well, such as Workday LX Divistal, Simplex MX ST, CSV, RSS Get Data, and JSON. And if I open this in a new tab, copy URL, excuse me, will ask for the authentication. And for that, we did share it with SailPoint as integration user. SailPoint 2 was a username. Copy it. I think the password has reset for this account. It's not working anymore. But basically, based on that, we could open up the file or connect with this report. And this is our report. This is a JSON format for that report. And as you can see that the data is being populated in JSON format, the employee ID the 0 to 12 months and on. All the information in the report can be pulled up by web services being enabled on the report in these particular formats. If you need to pull it from your query that you may be building anywhere else in your systems. In any other systems, you can connect to Workday Excel by doing. And the URL would be like this. URL. URL would look something like this. Again, this is from this tenant, which is a preview tenant. It will give the address for the preview services in this tenant. The custom report C382 and the SP5 implementation. This is an Impel preview tenant. But if it was a production tenant, then this address would be for the production. The rest of the link would remain the same. But if you run the report and get the web URL from the production side, you will of course see the production URL. Far what we have seen is, we have seen the inbound from EIB. We can also pull the data from REST as inbound integration using the web services for the particular functional area like employees, payroll, talent, and budget. We can ingress the data into Workday XML for outbound. We can use these functional areas or the sources for our reports or the integrations. Send the data via web services outbound integration and it can be sent to the external system. FTP SOAP REST services attachment. And this is the one that we saw are considered as REST services, importing the data from a custom report within your tenant. Something like this. for the Workday Integration Architecture. Workday works as a platform, as a service, and allows integration to deploy to and run into the Workday cloud without on-premises middleware. You don't require an additional set of hardware or software or middleware to deploy to the cloud to connect into Workday. There are three types of integrations. One is Cloud Connect. The second is customer integration tools to create integration systems such as EIB, Docs, Workday Studio. And if your company has an existing middleware, you can use that as well to send data into Workday or to retrieve data from Workday. And when we talk about Workday's platform, the Workday Cloud, Integration Cloud, we have this set of users. They connect to the Workday application by public web services or the custom APIs. Behind that is the Integration Cloud platform, which contains the monitoring, and then all your applications are built inside your Workday. Like your cloud application, your on-premise application benefit providers, payroll, DA, P-data input and output in and out of Workday. The Workday integrations work in this way. You either use a public web services within the Workday system. You can use custom report and you can use core connectors. We have already looked at the custom report. We'll look at core connectors next. And either you can use on-premise middleware, the EIB document transformation, or the Workday Studio to combine the bulk. And then the data would be sent to the target. And the target in this case would be the external systems. The core connectors. Workday core connectors are pre-built integration templates that extends Workday's functionality to expand to external systems for human capital management, payroll interface, financial management, and spend management. All integrations are hosted and maintained by Workday and rapid deployment while ensuring external systems only the data you want to expose. You have a lot of control over what data you want to send through your integrations. The Workday connectors provide pre-built connectors for various target systems. One is core connectors. Then there's Workday connectors. End-to-end connectors support a specific name, third-party application or service. When a connector is displayed, the specific business functions between the two systems are configured with no additional coding required. Connectors are pre-built integration that addresses the majority of the integration efforts required to connect to a third party. Let's look at the core connectors for us today. If I look at the available templates, what I do is I can say view integration. In fact, let's quality integration systems. If I want to select an existing template, I can search, say, by type. Say integration template. And say, let's look for the core connector worker. There are a couple of integrations that are built around the core connector worker. If I want to see the integration details or create a core connector worker, let's go to say integration systems or create, or we can go to the task. Create integration system. Now I can use one of the existing templates. We were looking at core connector worker. And what this integration will do. When I use a template, it will include all the services that I could potentially use for my integration that may be required. Core Connector Worker ESP service, which is the backend service, the data initialization service. This could be used to optimize your integrations. This came out fairly recently and it has a few advantages over using it and not using it. We'll go into those details. Data initialization log, performance log. Some of them are available, enabled by default, and some of them are optional. Effective stack core connector, launch parameters, integration map, workers, worker, integration configuration, and all these are predefined and enabled. Integration map defined eligibility, integration maps directory services. This is used for Active Directory integration or similar applications. Transaction log services like, do you want to include the worker transaction logs, like the worker changes, job changes, and any kind of changes that a worker may have? And if you want to include that log in your integration, you can do that. And if you enable this feature, a sequence generator, if you need it, you can enable it. If you want to have the CSV option to be utilized within your integration for delivery, you can select that. Document retention. If you want to keep your document retained within Workday beyond a specific time, you can enable the service. Do you want to include worker profile photos? Now comes all the sections for the worker like photos, personal data section, status data, position data, contract data, leave or absence data, worker compensation data, identification data, related persons data. Qualifications and transaction log for worker for these sections. For example, if I need, say, status data, I want to have the integration option document retention. I do not require the CSV option and do not require the directory services. And let's say I want to use a data initialization service. In this addition, I want the position data, the contractor workers. I do not need for this integration. Let's say I want to see the compensation data. Identification not required in this. Let's say related persons like siblings, family members, any person related to the worker. Do we need that? For this transaction, let's say I do not require this and I press. And now we have created basically the integration template using the core connector worker, which includes all these integration services. Now, every integration would have a couple of integration attributes, integration maps, and security details for that integration. Now, in the integration attributes, you would be able to define different attributes that are related to integration, such as if you need to use a specific output file name in a specific format or a specific name. If you need to add document tags to it which can be used in other integration, common tags between multiple integrations, the version, the output format. Do you want to include inactive workers in full file? The name types, the ISO code, the address type, and you will have all these attributes available to you whether you want to include that dataset in your integration system. And how do we configure those attributes? We go to the related actions on the top. Go to integration systems. And configure integration attributes. The entire list of attributes that we saw can be seen here. Say the output file name. I would like to have say CFCCBO version 24. And fix them up. If I want to restrict this output file name into a specified type of tenant, like do I want to only be available in production or in sandbox or in sales or implementation, you can do the restriction of the type of tenant where this particular attribute will be enabled for. If you leave it blank, it will be available for all your tenant types. Especially when you are testing your integrations, it is recommended that you use your sandbox or implementation, whichever type of platform you're using, to restrict it to that it doesn't go into production in the get-go. If I want to create a document tag that I'm going to use across my integrations, multiple integrations, let's say CFCCBU tag 1. And again, I can restrict it to environment as well. Version is required for launch. If you want to define a specific version of the integration template, we can select it. It is generally recommended, unless or otherwise specified, to use an earlier version. We should use the latest version available. If you leave it blank by default, it will default to the latest version. Output format is XML. That is what I need. But if I want another output format, I can define the format, either CSV or XML. Otherwise, it will default to XML. Now, when I run the full file, depends as to type of integration I'm trying to create. Do I want to create a change snapshot between a given time? Say, for example, I run this integration every Friday and I would like to have a snapshot of changes only between the last run and this Friday. Then I would use the change file. But I would have the option to run a full file as well. Full file would be the complete data set of worker as of that day. Let's say I want to include inactive workers in full file. I select it as yes. Now this comes to the name types. Include name types and output 17 and above. In here, by default it was legal and preferred name selected. If I have any other naming format that I have available on my tenant that I use for my workers, I can say formal, formal, preferred or other legal names. Otherwise, I can just leave it at default. A preferred name and legal names will be included. The ISO country code type default is home. Let's say home, I would do select one here and then I would add plus and say work as well. This way, it will include all the addresses for work and home for every employee. If it's available in the tenant, it will include that. Otherwise, by default, it was work address. Address usage type, like primary, secondary, and any other options that I would like to specify, like home, other business mailing, billing. Otherwise, it would by default include the office address and home address. Do I want to include non-primary address? I can do that. Do I want to use in phone number formatting? I could do that. Phone type, say, I would like to have both work and home. Work and home. Into private numbers if I want to. Email type. Let's say work and home. Let's keep the email as work only. Into private email addresses, non-primary addresses, prior values. When you are logging or checking the changes, if any value has changed for the worker, for example, the worker address has changed, a worker's position has changed, or his job profile has changed, or there's any changes that was done on the worker, do you want to include the prior values in those fields? For now, let's not enable this, but in the next round we can enable it and see how it feels like. You can include the prior values, the one value prior that is current. Job classification group, organization types for organizations, say, if I want to specify that, I would like to include, say, the organization types such as cost center hierarchy, cost center. Let's say pay group, say supervisory location and location hierarchy. These are all the type of organization types I would like to include in my integration. And I have the option for ID types as to which type of IDs I would like to include. Like, do I want the custom IDs to be included? I would like to have national ID and let's say the government ID passport, visa and license. Say I don't need it, it will not include it. Do I want to include terminated and transferred workers from restricted results by organization? I can leave it blank. Say audit reports, message audit. If I want to suppress this, use transaction log with full file. Let's say I would like to include this as yes. Position details include multiple positions. I don't want to. I just want to current position, the job type. If I want to specify any specific job type, always include workers with money change and output. If I need to do that, I can. Ternate multiple output files if I want to suppress warning message and calculated field exceptions. If I want to do that, and let's say the rockworm detention policy is 30 days, I would like to say have it for 180 days, 6 months. And where is the error? Oh, I think we have to do it one for each individual. No, sometimes it does error out when you put everything in one column. Say, for example, if I take the national and custom away from here and let's try to press, then it is one of the errors should go away. It is not accepting that. National government. This hyperlink should take us to the row that with the same entity. If it cannot have multiple values that uses same OMS restriction. Row number 6. Just type by. Let's see. Just type on environment. Implementation just. But this error should not come generally. It should not ask the implementation tenant to be mandatory. Mandatory. Let's see where to be. Let's start from the beginning. Press. This hyperlink should take me directly to that attribute, but it's not. Just click on the next one. Let's see. Click on the next one. Row number 25. Let's look at this number 16 first. Version. Oh, there we go. Here, then it should work in home. And let's see. Remove this. That takes care of one. And row number 20. We have our attribute set up. Now let's look at the integration maps. And what does mapping do? In integration, you have some values that are stored in your Workday metadata and your tenanted data, such as what is the name type, like gender, marriage, and status, and on. There are some fields that are created by Workday. But when you're trying to send data to your client or partner, they would be expecting maybe a different value. For that, you can create the mapping from the connector itself. Let's go to integration system. Let's go to integration maps. Configure integration maps. And let's say this is a simple one. Let's look at the gender. Say we have male. Not declared. Let's say in the external system, they would not be expecting a value tag for gender as male, but they would be expecting, say, M. And say for female, they would say we would like to see the value as female. And let's say for not declared should be ND. Not putting the full text not declared female or male. Or for example, they could say for male send us MALD, For female, send us FE, and for not declared, send us ND. If you need to do the standard mapping of the values that you have in Workday internal values and you want to map them as a different value when the file is being outputted, then this is how we can do that. Let's do it for male only. And let's not do it for female and not declared for now. And we can see in the output file as to how it looks like. Let's do the same for marital status. Let's say United States. Let's say married. And let's select another one as let's say single say S USA. And for married, let's say we want, or let's keep the married as is. We can see the difference between the two. And then we have option for religion, disability, ethnicity, citizen status, military service status, Hoku region, Hoku type, government ID, central ID type, visa ID type, and on. You have all the worker tabs on the top for integration attributes, for integration maps. We have a section for worker. And you have a section for foundation where you can put all the organization type, business side, region, and then the job related mapping. Like hire reason, termination reason, worker type position, time type, period type, job classification, and all the related objects that are available in your job profile. Similarly for talent, if you need to set up the mapping, you can do. Let's press here. Basic structure of our integration is now built. We have put the file name, put the output tags, version output format. Do we want to include full files? Inactive work is in full file. Now in all the parameters for integration attributes, we set up a couple of integration maps. And with this basic setup, we are actually ready to launch our integration. One more thing we need to do is we need to add an integration system user to our integration system. Let's go back to our report and use the same integration user that we had used before, which was SailPoint 1. Now this integration system user ISU SailPoint 2, it will only populate the data in the integration, what has been assigned as security for this account. Let's say integration launch. Let's run now. And currently we are. Let's get a full file first. And effective date 23/12/2023, last successful as of entry. These are not required when we are running the full file. We can take the effective date and as of entry moment. And if I want to keep or search it by specific users, I can add the users here as well. And if I am, let's say, working or I want this integration to search only for a couple of users, I can do that. Otherwise, I can let it run blank and it will capture all the information of all the users. Currently, as we have selected in our integration map an attribute that includes terminated users in full file, and we have selected the full file, we should expect to see all the terminated users as well. Here we can see the parameters that integration is running on parent event, the integration event, this event as we're looking at itself. Integration system initiated by run as ICU SailPoint to as of entry moment. Refresh this. And it says completed output. It has 68 files, 69 messages, and the child processes were trained. These are all the audit files. This is your XML output file. This is a diagnostic audit file. With the diagnostic audit, you can see or observe who are included. What's the version? What's the entry date? Who were included in the extract? If I look at one of the users, I can see change detected is no included in extract. Yes, and hazard is no worker. ID message audit file, which message audit file details are in. Says ptm1 underscore zip. It should be ptn underscore 1 and one of the files of 1. And the XML document for worker XST and the XML file that we initiated, which has a document tag 1 available as well. And this is the deliverable file. Let's have a look at this file. We can see it is in XML format. First, you have your workers sync the encoding. The XML version, it's using the schema and then the header. The header will have all the information for the version current entry time, file time, whether it's full file, its true or false retention policy, and how many workers were included in the count. Then you would see the worker details. 215, 5 name be true. And then the worker object is closed from here to here. Then we have the second worker, then the third worker. But as we can see that no other information is included in the file. It's only the employee, ID, the name, and the eligibility. Let's go back to our integration system. We just saw field attributes Fisher. We didn't go into sorry, we did saw integration attributes. We didn't go to field attributes. Correct. Now I'm going to go to the field attributes to enable what we want to include in each of the area of the system. For example, when we connect core connector worker, we can see all the sections for DS, which is data initialization service. which, if you use the service, we'll go into the detail for the IS in a later session, but you'll have worker status data, section position data, and compensation data, and everything included in the DIs as well. You might see that there might be some duplications here. And I would suggest that you use one of the two if you're using DIs and use the DIs data. Let's say here, as you can see in the output file, we see here that the employee name, the employee ID, and the eligibility, all these three are tick marked. And this is the data we see in the field attributes. Let's say I want to enable all the information here. I can go ahead and select here. And profile photo. Let's say I don't need this. Personal data section. I want legal name and preferred name. They are selected. Let's say I want the gender, date of birth. Let's say nationality. Adversarial phone data, email data. Let's say the status. Let's say I would like to include all of this information from status if it's available. Position date. It's primary. Like I want a position ID, I want the effective date. I want the position title. I want the worker type. I want the business title as well. Let's say I want the time type schedule week 3 hours, FTE percentage as well. Pay rate type. And I want to include the organization data. Work shift, I'm not interested. Let's say I want a job profile management level. Job family as well. Let's say I want to include the supervisor as well. Who is the supervisor for this worker? Contract data. Let's leave it for now. For the compensation, say effective date, compensation change reason. I would like to see the plan assignment and additional information data. Let's say I'm not interested currently. And in the allowance plans, I want the plan name, I want the amount, start date, and end date. Press. And let's relaunch the integration again. I can go to the integration event and let's relaunch it from here. Or I can do a fresh launch of the integration as well. I'll just show you the full file output for now, and then we can continue on this in the next session. Here we can see that it's processing the DIAS data initialization service. What is the advantage and the drawback of using DAS services? We'll discuss that in the next session, but this is a new feature by Workday Data Initialization Service, which organizes the data in a much smoother format. All the core connectors when you're using them. Workday does recommend that you start using the data initialization service. You get more in-depth data than D without the DAS. But the disadvantage of DAS is when you have a large population, it takes more time to process using the DAS. But we'll go into the details of what are the advantages of DS in the next session. But again, it's optional. It's not mandatory to use DAS for now. Let's go to our output. Again, similar format. I'm just going to sort it by the type. We can see the XML file. It's taking a wee bit longer to load because it would have more information on the worker this time around. Again, the header would be similar, like 782 workers before as well. We had 782 workers, but our worker tag was quite small. We had the employee, ID, the name, and the summary. But this time around, because we enabled the field attributes, you can see the worker tab starting from here, going all the way to here. Alright, we were looking at the integration that we built yesterday. As well, let's go to CF. We enabled the data initialization service, logs, and some of the integration attributes. And as we discussed yesterday, Shorsh pointed out that it is critical that we also configure the field attributes in addition to the DS. What I would like to do is configure DS. I would like to test something with you guys. Let's see everything is included, everything. Can we remove this? And from here, I would like to include the DS in everything in here. Let's see the position. Select everything. Organization data. Let's bring that in. Job family data. Let's bring that in. Additional information. I'm with the business side. Bring that in. Advisor, bring that in. Contractors, let's bring that in. It's still part of DS. Deal with absence. Let's ignore that for now. Let's bring this in. And allowance plans. And then person, related visa government, bring the national identifier. Government identifier. Worker manager changes. I think we can leave this for now. We deselected all the basic integration parameters and we only selected the DS parameters. Let's try this out. Let's launch it with today's date. And let's give it a full file. It is still pulling the data. We have 790 workers. Come on. Look. And we have the personal information, the status information. Active status, active level is true. Hire date, original hire date, the reason. Then related information to status and the position details. Organization data. Different type of organizations, like the subtype is cost center, geographic division, then division. To organization hierarchy. Global Support Center and Latin America. Then if you look at the job profile details, business side. Then we have the supervisory IDs and the supervisor name. The compensation details, the identification data. That's the national ID. That's the national ID. Two different IDs. And this will continue to repeat for all workers. Even with DIS, if we have selected the field overrides, we are able to pull the data from the DIS side of things. And we did talk about what DIS was. And let's have a look at it. What is DIS? A custom integrations like the one that we are building. It's off of a template, but it is customized to what we are trying to do. The custom integrations can use data utilization service to gather data using report fields in Workday. The DIS is an integration service that you create, configure, and associate with an integration based on cloud integration template. The service provides the following benefits. It provides flexible configuration options, navigating for many related business objects, as your integration requires using document builders. Example, if you can navigate from workers, you can navigate from workers to dependents, to benefit elections, to beneficiaries. You can configure these custom integrations to extract only the data fields that you need. DIs improve performance by limiting the processes, satisfying and retrieving, filtering and joining data. I'm sure that you can go through this entire details as to what DIs is, the time spent. You can assign this to more than one custom integration. You can list multiple sub-levels of data using document builders. But in overview, DICE is an integration service that you add as a custom integration service to an integration based on the cloud integration template. The service enables you to define how to extract data from Workday, how to format the XML data. Because the ICE works with template-based integration, you can schedule the integration, specify delivery options. Basically, it helps you optimize your configuration and sourcing of data. That is what DICE does. Another thing that we were discussing yesterday, or a few days before that, what is the difference between worker and an employee? We know the concept of business, object, what are the class, the subclass, the superclass. To explain a little bit in a diagram, the primary object here, as you can see, is a person. A person can be a candidate or a worker. And an employee is a subclass of worker. A couple of subclasses for worker. One could be an employee, one could be a contingent worker, another could be a student, an intern, depending on the type of worker. The employee is a subclass of worker. It is nested under the worker object. If you're using the worker business objects in your report, you can use the employee as your object as well. One more point if you want to add. Suppose if you're adding calculated fields at worker level, it is by default it is visible at employee level. But when you had something at employee object related to the business object, it is not visible at worker level. Very true, because employee is not a subclass of worker, but employee is a subclass worker and not vice versa. If you create a calculated field at the person level, you can use it in candidate worker, employee, contingent worker, intern, students. Because the person is a superclass, instantly could say superclass extends employee, extends worker. True, true. Now going back to our integration. Now let's try to run this event as a change file. Currently the file that we got, it has all the employees as of effective date on the day that they are. What is the scenario you are trying to check in this case, which is not enabled in DICE and which is just enabled in field attributes? That's the scenario. That is a scenario that yesterday we were talking about, that even with DICE enabled in the field attributes, we should add or we must add the attributes which are outside DICE. When the integration attribute, yesterday we had selected some of the fields in DICE and some of the fields in the worker status, worker position, and worker compensation data. But we were not getting the data from the IS for all the sections that we had selected. We were only getting some of these information. But what I did was I disabled all the fields in the subsection which are not included in the IS, but only enabled the fields for the IS. And we are able to see that we are getting the output with the DIS data as well. Field attributes, it's not really required, you're saying. In my opinion, yes. If you're enabling the DS service, use the CCW worker for DS section. If you're going to use this DS enabled integration, again, a DIS is subject to the complexity of your integration that you're trying to create, whether you want to use it or not. It's debatable. It all depends how you're comfortable with it and how comfortable you get with that particular DS parameters. But it is not necessary for you to use DS. I can disable the DS service. In fact, let's do that. Let's try that once again. Discard these changes. Let's go to our integration system. Let's go to our services first. And let's say we do not want to use data initialization service. From here, we have removed the DS. All the related DS related parameters are gone as well. Let's try to launch it again as a full file. In fact, we need to configure our field attributes. Now you can see the DS section is no more there. And let's select all these fields. All these fields. And let's relaunch this. File as a 14:3. Say let's determine the value as moment. This is obvious if you pull, but since we go for a full file, definitely there is a time difference. How much longer it executes when you enable DIs in this instance? Wait. This takes a little longer on the fetching of the data, organizing it and stacking it up for your usage and for the output as XM. But the determined value at runtime, the current moment, date and time. Some of the objects in Workday, such as terminations, would actually implement in Workday at the end of the day. If somebody is being terminated on the 14th of March 2023, their account will stay active till whatever time is defined in the system. Sometimes it's depending on the tenant manager. It could be, say, 10 p.m. or maybe midnight. The account stays active till midnight and then it goes into termination. Next day, when you see that person, they will be marked as terminated. We have an error. I don't know what to say. Algebra criteria service defined has no field definition. Define the algebra T. It is required. It is not required when you go for DAS. And you are discussing about termination, right? Like on what? Why are we discussing at this moment? Is there any conditions you are trying to explain? I'm just putting it out there, not at the moment that I'm defining, but we'll look at it if we have any terminations happening today. We can identify them whether they are in the system or not, or in the output file or not. But where is my? You need to configure override fields, right, for eligibility. Feed overrides for eligibility. There we go. Usage defined whether a worker is eligible for inclusion. And let's say we want to get. Let's say we have employee is in USA. See, do we have any calculated fields available here? Active company GMS US. Let's look at this eligibility rule. And what the eligibility rule defines, or the eligibility condition criteria defines as to who you want to include in your integration run. This calculated field DSI is based as a global field. It is eligible. It is available on all the objects. The source field is active companies related. Business value is company condition. Is company equals Siemens USA? Let's have a look at that. Company in the selection list Global Model Services USA. And it is ascending first occurrence. I would like to make it descending. Descending first occurrence. That's fine. Or descending last occurrence, or ascending first occurrence. The same thing. We can keep it ascending. You say we'll only have USA employees, but we don't have any reference to whether they're active or terminated. It'll have both employee type data. What field it is not true or field, but it's just a conditional field here. It is a conditional field here, true false condition that company should be USA Global Model Services. That's the seclusion we are doing. We are not picking up all the companies. We are on top of it. We write a condition of return object, right? Like which is returning an object. The active company's condition is USA, sort field is reference. ID? No, why is it getting reference? ID. It shouldn't be reference ID. Sort field is reference ID. Why are we getting the reference ID for GMS? The sort field is also fine, that is just for like dummy field. If you see we're just going to extract one instance, extract single instance, whichever matches the condition, we're just going to pull. Assumption that is going to be only one company. Assuming. But let's see how this runs. Our energy period criteria did not work. What we can do is Alright, this screen should always return a boolean. Please. Let's create our calculated field. You can use this field. It's global already. Active company equal to USA. Can you use this directly? We can. But let's create our own. Let's call it, say, calculated field. It's a country. Check. Our location. Let's take worker location. Let's say we want to select United States. All the employees in the United States and in selection list values specified. Let's say United States. We've got active locations. Let's say we can take group as well. What pay group in this will have a global level? At least worker level. That should be fine. We are trying to create a global. How will this comparison will happen? Please go ahead. I'm curious how you are going to write it. Global level, what objects can we take? Because we are not identifying it on the worker. Selected workers for organizations. We could potentially use this. But that's the one thing that's not create the global field. You're right. Global would not help us in identifying the worker's location, address, country. Sticking worker. A. Location country. In the selection list, let's say United States. Let's take India as well. We want it to two countries. Let's update the name as well. Let's say very interesting. What it is looking for. It's looking for company inside a type and it's giving us an error integration. Let us go back to our field attributes. In the position, we should have company inside a type. In the last column, same window. Company inside a type. The field is managing the company inside a type. Include an output. We have set it to yes, but it's not set up as a required field that it must be there. Let's remove some of the information from here. Work with our profile. Should that's as the operation was ideas for us. We add two errors, right? Like both this for the same field or a different field. Both from the same field. Could be job classification data. I think we can remove that as well. Very tight. Alright, let's try it again. Let's pull up the last event. Integration event is a task thing. Left CC book. It's sent after Sunday. Well, we created it yesterday. This is the last one that we completed with errors. We had the same error, I believe. Drum robot new LU in the company insider type. Graham Roberts. Same error repeated twice. But we do have the output file. But let's run it again. We resolve our error. Integration got completed. We have 6 files. Let's open our camel. And we have 4435 employees who are either in US or in Canada or India. Let's try to find somebody in India. This is California, San Francisco business side country. Let's copy this tag. Just one match. We have someone in India right here. And we have someone from US right here. But why it's not picking up the tag? Let's do one thing, which is 7. You can open a notepad that it is easy. That's possible as well. But I think that's right in Excel. We can see the data in a much formatted way. That was CC204 version. Let's try to open a notepad as well. It's easy to see, but difficult to find the data in Notepad. Unless I had Notepad Puff here on this server, but I don't at this moment. But in this way, you can see all the entries for all the different employees. I haven't used this. Which option did you? Just to simply open, or we need to go to? What I do is I go to data import. From other sources. And from other sources. And I can select a text file or I can select XML. But in Excel, it gives me much more visibility of the data that I've imported in a tabular format. Of course, Excel is not the best option, but at least it gives us a structured data. If I don't want to go to the X in notations, I'm good to know which one. Country. I just went. Alright, where is the country? Country, country, country. See you. Alright, in the country we have, say, US and India. US we already know. Let's see how many records we have for India. And we have created 300 records. And how many employees? Quite a few employees from India as well. We can go ahead and close this. I think that is not one record per employee. It has its own mechanism. As I said, Excel is not the best solution. You have to do some tweaking and clean up for that. But at least it gives us data in a tabular format. If I want to find something, I'm able to do filters and play around with it just to find the information. Instead of writing SLP and trying to go right here, it's been directly to mine. Right. Also on the side, let's see if I can Notepad 5 portable. Instead, I go with the first object. Say it again. First object. First object. That's handy. Do they have a portable edition? Because I don't have it right in the system. You extract the versions you have. We don't even have to install it. That's a challenge. An NPP portable should not ask me for this. Let's see. Hopefully, they should not ask us for the execution or the admin rights. Come on. Work. And in here, just need to add the plugins. If I try to open it here, let's get it down. Plugins. I need to add the plugins in here. Setting. Where are my plugins? I can look into it. It has the XM plugins. For some odd reason, I'm unable to see it right now. I'll fix it up later on. We were able to pull the data without the DS as well. And then, of course, for that we had to select the integration attribute as a launch parameter. I would like to see one more thing here. And here what we did was we imported the data or extracted the data as a full file. Now, if I want to bring the changes only between a time window as to what has happened during the time window, I need to make a few more changes and add something to the integration, and then we'll launch it again. I would like to bring in prior values as well. Field attributes I would like to add. Well, here we added everything. For the composition position and this, the attributes. I want to include prior values. In this way, I should be able to see the old values and the new values if a change has happened on the worker. Let's relaunch it again. Integration launch. Time around. I don't want to select full file. I want to get the changes. Full file is some selected, say as of entry moment and last successful. Let's say last successful could be 2023. And I want to get all the data effectively till, say, 13th yesterday. And we can also select this as 13, 59, P double. Last successful, and let's put this as 1st of March as well. In this way, we have deselected the full file. We have put in the as of entry moment, which is, say, the last moment or effective moment that I want, and the effective date that any changes that has happened for the workers should be included here. And what was the last successful as of entry moment and last successful effective date. And I've deselected the full file. This time around it should bring in the changes on the employees only for within USA and Canada. Now we don't have the full file. We have as of entry and last successful event date in our output has 7 files. One thing that I would like you to notice, the earlier integration event that we ran in our output files. You would see diagnostic audit files and message audit. See CPU version, the XML output file that we have the audit files and the worker access team. In this current one, you would find an extra file which is data changes audit in addition to diagnostic audit and what this file does for us. It's a good auditing tool for you without going into the accessibility or without opening the file. You can see that how many employees are included. What is the priority, date, range in time, and you can also see the details of the worker. And there are some color coding within the workers. Prior value and the current value. If there's a change in addition, you will see green. You can see the prior value or blank. These are the new values for the organization. It's a good tool to do your audit or have a steep peek on the data that is coming through into your XML or going through the integration. Let's go back to integration. Let's look at our output file. If you look at here, we have 445 workers before when it was a full file. Now in the month of March, there has been changes applied to 438 workers and the full file is false. And your values for your effective date and prior dates right here. Now I would like to find some of the prior value that were here. If you see here, let's take the employee. Let's take Logan McNeil. In our earlier file, the share of field has a prior value. We don't see any quotation marks. In our earlier file, we don't see any quotation marks. Come on, run. Like for Logan McNeil, if you see all the fields, the HTML tag, you don't see any quotation marks before any of the tags here. But in the new file, where we have added the option for prior values, whichever field has a prior value, let's see that this has been added. And if there was a prior value, it will be populated here in the file. Let's look for one of the prior values. These are all blanks. What has changed? Show me the prior value. I can try to open this. I can try to open this. I can try to open this. Find all. Alright, basically what it's showing is the supervisor ID. It was modified. The prior value was Lottie Baker. The new value is Logan McNeil. Or the new value is Lottie Baker. The prior value is Logan McNeil. If you're tracking changes in your integration, then you would get the prior values available here as well. And also in staffing, the changes. In the staffing status, you should see our staffing reason. Come on. What's going on here? This one was. Let's try to find the staffing reason here. But I'll let you all go. Thanks for joining in today. Let's continue again tomorrow. Alright, where were we yesterday? Safe. Alright, let's look at the events. What did we do last time? We were looking at the change files. And we're going to continue working on the integration for the changes that we did, the change files that we were looking at yesterday. It seems that it's just you and I here today. Oh, Avinash is here as well. Great. And we were trying to find prior values yesterday in our integration output file, but we could not find it yesterday. Let's try to make some changes to an existing worker. And then run the file again. And if we look at the output, what were the major changes? In fact, let's do title change for Logan with me. Or most probably Yuli Bowers. Let's do it for Yuli Bowers. Let's make a change for her. Let's see job change. Change business title. Say effective yesterday. and then new business title. Senior Manager IT Operations. See, the process is completed. No requirements for approvals. Let's go back to our integration. And let's relaunch the integration with only for Julie balls. And let's see how the changes are reflected in that integration system. As of entry moment loss successful allows in a 1. And let's say the twin value. Current moment. Say the effective date. We can keep it safe for the 31st until 31st. Till the end of the month. And let's select two revolves. And we're not going to do a full file. We would like the change that happened between today and 1st of March. But the effective date, I have kept it till the end of March. Any other changes that are expected in the future for Yuli would show up in the integration output file as well. Let's look at our data changes on it just to review what changes we are seeing. And we do see the change that is available here. And of course, some of the changes that happened in the past that are new additions like add. In yellow, you can see that it's from Manager IT Operations to Senior Manager IT Operations. There's a change. It's marked as yellow. If it's a new value which was blank before, it's marked as green. Let's look at our output file. Here, as you can see, that the prior value under business title is showing up as Manager IT Operation, whereas the current value is Senior Manager IT Operation. That is something that we were trying to see yesterday, but we couldn't find any of the data that we slightly looked through the file because it was a big file. But as we can see here that the prior values are showing up as Manager IT Operations. If you would like to have your prior values included in your integration output, if it's your use case, you can use the prior values as well too for your use. Also, another thing that we would like to see, like if you can see the status, employee status is active. And if you would like to see a staffing event change on a worker, let's do a staffing event change on the worker. Let's say, let's go back to Dooley Bowles. Let's look at someone in 15. Let's say we want to move Richard Holt to Mark Johansson. See if they have a position here. Let's say staffing. Do it idea 79. Let's go ahead and apply the changes. Let's say job change. Let's say we want this change to like today. Why are we making changes? The reason could be promotion, the manager. It's under IT operations group, and IT operations group is managed by Mark Johansson. Mark Johansson. I plan to fill this headcount. That's fine. You can leave it at that. Position that we want to use is Binaro 3T7. Job profile, title, and everything would change location. It's going to be Let's go to organization. Our latest person had a salary in Singapore dollars. We would like, based on the job profile by compensation rule. Management. Management. Sorry, Nan. Let's say it's going to be 165,000. And rest of the components, I think we can leave it as is. Pro- Let's put any comment here. Let's go ahead and approve the changes. You can complete the business process and we can run the integration. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take it one day behind as effective date. Thank you. We can see the changes in our integration. Stuffing event. Now the onboarding has kicked off. Now the Richard needs to do his onboarding and all those things that should include the process, should include in our integration. If you open Richard now, we should be able to see the compensation and everything that has changed. Manager operation. He is now under Mark Johansson. If you look at the job history, he has I-9 and onboarding processes, but the assigned pay group promotion has been successfully completed. There's some stuff still pending with the Maria and Richard, but I think it should include our integration in addition to you about. Let's read on the integration. Let Richard who here as well. And let's the full files that we are expecting a change file out of it. Let's look at our audit file first. Data changes audit. For a gentle, we should be able to see a staffing event has been added, which is transfer. The position ID. Listen, that was vacated. You'll see that in red. The new position in green. And all the fields that would have changed. Let's have a look at the new file. Let's minimize. As work. And this will get Richard home. The reason is hired you employee vacancy. The staffing event, as you can see here, is now added. Whereas in case of earlier statuses, you would not see a staffing event and just a job change has happened. The staffing event, in the position you'll see an ad. For all the position details with the position ID that is being used a day, the organizations, and also you will see a position remove as well. The earlier position that was removed. And you can see the operation removed. You will see the XML tags and all the changes that is happening. We can see the supervisor remove also from ULIBOS, and the new supervisor add here is employee ID this and Mark Johansson. When you make changes to the workers in your change file, you will see the add and remove, and you would see a staffing event. It's if it's a staffing event change and also for the compensation. Is the compensation. Period salary, earlier it was. Earlier salary as well, but most probably it was big group, was third party Singapore. But now the new pay group is as he was before. Now it's a US dollars big. Is this one now? But this is the organization. Speaker before as a power value. What is the new value? It defined the big group right here. Hey, we'll have to look into it as to why it's not here, but generally speaking, the position of position operation at position operation remove. and all the add and remove sections of that, and the staffing event transfer. When you're looking at a core connector worker, and when you're looking at employee changes and you want to use a change file, then this staffing event would only populate in your change file. If I even run a full file for this, the staffing event will not show up. For example, if I read on this integration, just for your information. Integration event, same integration, same parameters, but when we run the full file, you'll see a different output. Same parameter, same everything, not going to change, and just change it to full file. And here you will not see diagnostic changes audit. You only see the diagnostic audit, not the changes audit, because it's not a change file. And here status, you will not see the staffing changes. And this is for Uli Bowles. Let's close Uli Bowles and then Richard Ho, you'll just see the employee status, not the staffing event as you saw here, and worker status staffing event. Worker status, you will not see the staffing event here. The staffing event is only available in changes when you're pulling the change file. You will not see the add and remove data. You will only see what is the current status as of that day that you're setting up the parameters when you run the integration. And in the integration where we define the parameters, if you go to the attribute, attribute status section, you would need to enable this staffing event and staffing event date for it to include in your integration. This comes in quite handy when you're doing the core connector workers and we're trying to set up your connector or an integration based on staffing, event changes or employee changes that you may be trying to do. If you need an as of today event, then you don't need to do a staffing event. If you're doing a full file, you do not require staffing event because it will not populate unless you're doing a change file. Any questions around this? All right. Now if I want to have this integration delivered, we have seen that we are able to see the output file and we are able to look at the event and we have an output file. But what do we do with this output file? Say if we need to deliver this output, what we can do is create a business process. Integration system effective date, Los Angeles time. I'll select one of the above. And then I'll have a business process for fire integration. And let's say I add a step C. say document service, document delivery. Press. Now I need to configure the delivery of the documents. I'll configure this as press on the Configure Document button press. I'll select from this integration process and then I'll select the transport type as to where I want this to be delivered. Generally, we deliver it as FTP or SL link or FTP SSL. Very rarely we deliver integrations to email, but say in this case we want to send it to our emails. Let's say I think we will need to set up a PRP key for that. Let's see if we can do it without it. Let's say I'm going to encrypt it with this PDB certificate that's available in the system. Text mode. Let's see. Let's press. Now we have set up the delivery for this via email. And now you will see that we'll have a tab for business process definitions here as well, alongside the integrates, integration attributes, integration maps. And now I would have the business process definition as well. And you can see if I click on this and let's open a new tab. And this is the same business process that we just configured by creating a business process on the integration system. It has the investigation surveys for integration, then document delivery. And let's see if I need to schedule this as well, like we did for the reports. Similar format. Integration system. Let's say launch and schedule. Let's say I want to run it on a weekly recurrence. Let's say for my schedule, what values do I need to put for as of entry moment? I would say current moment. The effective date as day of this month. Let's say this could be last successful integration event. As of date of last completed date and time. What I want by this, what I'm trying to select is it will use for the last integration event, that's an integration event status of completed or completed errors or warning or completed with errors. Those integrated processes event status. Anything that has not failed, it will use that date and time of the last integration event and pick up the next integration moment date and time from the last successful one. Same for this. I can use the domain value. Last completed integration. Date and time. And why are we using determine value at runtime here? Because we are setting up a schedule to run every week. We don't want to go into the integration and set up our date and time and effective date and last successful entry moment and effective date. We want the schedule to automatically pick up where it left last time. Determine value at runtime. It will determine each on the schedule. What is the current moment at that time? Last day of this month. If it's running on any of the month, it will always pick up the last day. Last successful entry as of the last completed integration event and last successful effective date as of entry date of last completed with warnings integration events. And I'm not going to specify any workers or full file because I am trying to pick up the changes for this integration. We've set up the integration criteria. Now we set up the schedule like we did before, like let's say today is Wednesday. I want to say schedule it for every Thursday, GMT. Set. And then again, of course, I'll have to put in the end date. Would not like to clutter your inbox every night. I'll just set it up for the next 2 weeks. You will get it till the 29th of March. You'll get 2 reports in your mailbox. I'm sorry, say it again. I'm saying I'll get this report. Yes, you will get these reports in your mailbox. Not the reports, but you'll get the XML file that we are delivering it. We set up the delivery mechanism for our integration event. For integration, set up the schedule, set up the parameters. And you should be getting the XML file delivered in this format. See, of course, CCView version 240.x. And just for testing purposes, what I can do is I can set it up and let it run now. If I go to reporting our report schedule feature process, bring the scheduler up for this integration. And say I can run it now. I confirm it will pick up the parameters that we defined in the scheduler. Determine value at runtime. Here, if you go down, you will see all the parameters. Current moment, effective date till last day of this month. Last successful event was done by us about a couple of minutes back at 8:38 am Pacific time. And last successful event date was 15. Automatically, when every week this scheduler will run, it will pick up these 2 values or all these 4 values by determine value at runtime. You don't have to set it up every single time. You need to run an integration that helps you in your automation. It's still processing. Let's see the steps where it is at. It's pulling the data. we completed. Let's look at these output files. You should have received the CF_CCDB version 24 in your mailbox. Or it could be an SFTP, it could be an Amazon server, or wherever you want it to be delivered. Rest of the files, like data changes audit or diagnostic audit, all these worker XSD and the message audit files, they will remain here in your integration event. Output document from one worker. You should have received one worker. Changes in your output. Let's have a look. Brady McCormick had a change. Not yet hired to active. Active status from false to true. And this is the changes that you would see in your inbox in your file Brady McCormick only. Because of our parameters, last successful integration run, which we did manually, and the current moment, one change was observed and it is being sent to you. Now in this way, every week it will send you the changes from what was the snapshot last week and what is the snapshot at the time of running the integration.
Please do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.